to know that it's there or something else. So it's just hard to imagine that. You should have tasted it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be up here. I've had whole classes of refused to leave. But it's such a drag when it's so solid.
There's also actually a lot of those tests, and they're like, this isn't a test. It's like, how?
cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building. Utilize the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. cease operations and leave the building, utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building, utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building, utilizing the nearest exit or fire exit stairway. Do not use elevators. Do not use elevators. Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Please cease operations and leave the building, utilize.
Street. They, I think we did that, I think right at the time, so, but, I remember why every single one of you shooting us the road.
Well, I think it's neat that people who don't want to go in the village.
Yes.
And they have to balance with the road.
Yeah.
Why do you walk down? There's perfect standing right there as the wall.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it was a situation where an excavation team had gotten a permit to do it. And Camille, it's interesting because these architects always get involved. Like when 9/11 happened, they all got together and they were starting to figure out how long it would be before the floor started to collapse. Because they know all this stuff. And so the same thing happened with that excavation. And so they didn't get the proper permits, and the guy was working and he hadn't reinforced the wall. And so he took out one of the beams with the front end loader, and the whole thing collapsed. It was just a dumb, it's a mistake the guy made. And the cost is the mother was saying, hurry up and go. So she immediately got and they went right to work.
That's so simple.
Yeah, I still remember that one because I was over working on a sculpture at the University of Kent in the stadiums. And the guys that were there were talking about it. And said, how did we never have done this stadium? And then I thought, that was how it goes. It's just so sad.
So you heard about it before when?
Yep. Yeah, this was, I mean, it was a good will, and so the mother being a politician, because I know art school, she was definitely there just to look for clothes and stuff. But the mother didn't want anybody to think that her daughter was a goodwill to, and so she said she took me clothes. So she was immediately, damage control. When we moved into Moore Street, one of my best friends, his brother and sister-in-law, who are also friends of mine, they go to this church. And the Winkers were church members. So when I went to the funeral, these people, once we were there, I said, Archie, what are you doing? And he said, oh, we're from the church. And we were supported. So it's amazing this stuff, the way it has this, this kind of roots. There's a lot of roots. Well, that looks like a good choice. Tomato and everything in there. You don't have the cinnamon out.
It is really weird. When I got it over, it wasn't until, and it wasn't until it's not, it's exactly what it was. But we found out later that he was my sister's best friend.
Oh my God. That's so weird.
It's really, like I said, it's daughter oh, you came to see me, but nothing.
So this was in Minnesota? I thought it was here.
No.
I just assumed because it's so crazy. Brian and Michael in the city.
No, the past accident was here.
Oh,
And this was my.
okay. Well, you got run over before?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I know. Yeah.
What do you mean on the bike?
Yeah.
The same thing? You shouldn't ride the
Well,
bike.
that's what I'm saying. It wasn't the same thing.
How did that happen twice?
No, this last time I was bored. And then the first time, I fell off. Okay, so basically, like on a big hill, we lived on top of this mountain.
And you got moving too fast. And like,
Yeah, it flipped off, slid under the car, like a truck, and he didn't see me, because he was at the stop sign. And I thought, okay, we can see me. And I remember like being way under the car, and at first I Ford truck, and then, yeah, he didn't see me, so his back tire or whatever, and the trailer was full. Yeah,
The same knee,
yeah, my left knee.
so that through your heel.
No, it was like my little shot.
What are you kidding? So that you have a fake child?
No, it's just like, I don't know, it was fine, like, I remember they stitched it up, and then now it's fine. Like, I have some scars here.
So the tendons are big, they must have absorbed it as well.
Yeah, but I cracked my head open. And
The same thing knee?
so that's cool. But yeah, then I'm like, I don't know, I really think should I do the bike? And then I see as I got home, I was like discharge. I have to like stitch it up.
Oh, nice.
And then someone else should be sent home. Like he lost his time. And had sent out for just
Oh my God.
so relieved, and you know, I'm mad at you, but he had guilt, like, I'm totally fine. You know, like, not bad at all. It was, like,
But that, they think that, yeah, the birds on the farm, like that. Really? Wow.
that's good work. It's really, but, yeah, it was a big one.
You would never, because it's something that,
Yeah, I remember once I had like a near-death experience, which was, yeah,
well, when you were that age.
yeah, from the accident.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so when I was brought into the hospital, there was that she's not like they thought the church or something.
That's
And
right.
I was like, I'm fine. Yeah, like I just, I don't know. I remember being on the ground and thinking, like the timer was right next to my knee. And I was like, oh no, we should get up. But it didn't click that it was me. And I remember there was like, one other person. Assuming like his brain came off, or his brain, it made sense it was me. Oh no! Like, just black out. Yeah, I remember like seeing from above.
So you had that experience of watching.
Yeah, like I remember my sister running up to the house, and then like my sister going around and running back down. He was wearing this shirt that he still has the shirt. It has these yellow stripes on the shoulders, and
Yeah.
it's a symbol on the front. And then, like, yeah, I just remember having this really weird sense of not really having fun. And then someone, it wasn't even, it wasn't God.
Yeah.
It was just like a voice. And I was in this place that was just this holy. And yeah, I just asked, do you want to stay here? Or do you want to go back to your mom? And then they said, for sure, my sister came up, and for sure, my dad came up, and I was like, we have here. Like, my mom came up, and it's just like, I remember what it looked like, I remember my body, I remember like an accident, and I was like, and I was crying. And then I woke up in the hospital, like, where's my mom? And that was the first time in like 5 days that my mom went home to change and shower. And it was then that I woke up. And they thought I was crying because like my mom, I woke up and my mom wasn't there, but it was because it was like in that moment. But yeah, it was so weird. It was so weird.
So you wouldn't get the customer service.
Yeah, I was pretty much out of it.
Wow. They didn't do the use one or anything, is that a deal?
No, they did.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm out for, I was like, induced for 5 days. And then I was like, pretty much out day after I went home and forgot to put it on.
Do you think that changed your behavior?
It definitely,
People say that they have trauma, they really affect a person, especially with infection. You become sort of almost like a different person.
I think because of like when your death experience. I don't remember the concussion. I do remember like with your death experience and now okay, well, you know, somebody's gonna help this or you know, like I feel like I came back for a reason, regardless of like you just be yeah, it was kind of just what I kind of holding on to.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just
She's 2 years old, 3 months, so she's pretty good.
it's weird, my mom stayed with me when I was younger. And she told my sister to run out of the house like that. And my sister is supposedly, you know, she walks into the house and he's taking a bath. She sits down next to him and I was like, you know, he's trying to sleep. And she's like, she's not. I was like, what? She's like, it's not true. She's not. Like, super calm. He's like, what are you talking about? She's like, she just got back home. And I was like, what? He ran out. And like, that's what I remember seeing him like.
Well,
Yeah.
in the household, we were in the household, so you would see it.
No, the house was like maybe 30 minutes away from
Yeah.
weird. But what's strange is that this lady came out from one of the houses and wrapped me in a little blanket. And then fast forward to second middle school, I made a friend and he invited me back to his house with his grandma. And I was like, oh, it's so beautiful. She's like, things are just really like, I told you before. She's like, oh, yeah, I'm like Farmington. Oh, you still in Farmington? And she's like, oh, we're in here. Oh, I'm not here. Yeah, she's not in Farmington. She's really, really loud.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine that I would have lost too much blood.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah.
Oh my God.
So that friend is still.
Oh, that's amazing.
He's actually a friend that just reached out to me recently.
Oh, you know, that's not. Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, weird.
Well, that's what I said the other day. I think, friendships are people you meet for no reason. It's not, there's nothing more to know about it. I mean, what are the chances of all these hundreds of people that you just kind of walk by or drift by on a daily basis? And for some reason, some weird reason, it's more than that.
It's true. And I feel like when I travel, you're like this very small villages or different friends. I don't know, like groups. And there's a woman house we were living together. She's from Yorkshire. And she like spoke English, but you know, we were but the two of us kind of just stuck together and did breakfast together. It was just the two of us in the morning. I'm like, okay, are you ready to go? She like grab dishes, do all that, and I was like, chop chop. And I never do that. And she looked at me like, she's like, my dad used to do that to me when I was a child. He used to say that he passed years ago. It was the weirdest thing. I've never said that.
Just chilling. Yeah. Oh, it's so weird.
And then on the other side of the world,
Don't say it.
what?
Can't say it.
No.
No. Just say it. Chinese.
Really?
It's so silly. Chinese are slow.
Really?
Chop chop.
Wow.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of times that are old phrases that just, you used to say you're a short leash. You know, just don't give it time. But now they've said that's like, if you're dominating something too good, someone's black, you should shorten that to control, take a dog. Which makes sense, but it's like, no, it's usually that context. I probably used to say it all the time.
Yeah. I think it's the youngest one.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's been all this training. A lot of people are.
Yeah.
Look, my sister, your sister was getting access.
Yeah. You have no idea. I was just a good
My sister always, you know, she's always been a daredevil. So she'd ride her bike and go down a steep hill, got up to high speed, went to the intersection, crashed it, got hit by a car, same thing, had a concussion, and scraped her whole self. And this was when she was in her 20s. It's so funny. And then we had this big lawn. It was 5 acres of lawn. So we had a lot of lawn. And so I would be tasked with this lawn. So we'd have this riding lawn. It wasn't a big one, but it was one that engaging, go back and forth, back and forth. So I figured out that you actually pop wheels with it. Because if you pop the clutch, it would pop up. And so it kept burning out the belt or something. But I was down for my amusement for that. And then you have to use a push lawnmower in the front because you can tight or couldn't get the shoe on. And so my sister took over and I went to school. And so she started driving it and didn't get the memo about going on the smaller one in the front yard. Maybe she's doing the switch. But she was trying to take a haircut curve, and she just wasn't thinking because the mower wouldn't turn fast enough. So she put her foot down and tried to stop it, and it ran over her foot. So,
Oh my God. Oh my God, what happened?
it just took off her big toe side, and the whole thing was the side. So there was a lot of
She did that.
yeah.
Whoa. Oh, that's terrifying.
And then there's another time we were visiting my parent in the bird season, and it was kind of far away. And the neighbor next door had a couple horses. And my sister brought horses, she had a couple horses. And no farm, we just my father was one of them. And so we had these horses to work in the farm. And so she knew how to ride. And so my husband said, well, why are you trying to ride my horse? You know, leave it aside. So I'll do bareback. So she jumped on this horse, I don't know what it was, or, you know, got back on anything. And the thing blocked. And so she went flying and just bit into the grass and stupid rock, because the rocks everywhere. And broke her radius ulna right before the joint. And so immediately what happened was her arm, because the tension shortened, so it became like a short loop, and then the bone was broken out. And so why do I know all this detail? Because guess who got there first? So we're all standing around her. And so I grabbed her, and so I immediately just went to her arm and helped support her. She was screaming. And so the next thing I know, I couldn't move from holding it because I was in the air set sling. And so I went and raised them and in the car to the hospital. You had to see anytime you moved just slightly, you was a serious scream. And so she was in her teens and I was in my 20s, I was back in college. And so I'm holding this thing. I'm saying, well, can someone else take over? And they're saying, no, you can't move it, you know? And so here she is up in the Berkshires, and it was just a weekend visit. And so she went in and had to go to the traction. Luckily, it was a good hospital. My name was a nurse, so she called, had to make sure she had good orthopedic on her. And so we put her in one of those slings over here and try to stretch her out. And so then she was in the hospital. My aunt was going back to New York City. My family went back to upstate New York. I don't know, it was like a 2-hour drive away. And she's there with this sling up there. And she was there for like weeks. So this is the same system.
Wait, did she have surgery?
Yeah, they put pins in there. Yeah, for the heel, they take pressure.
Oh my God. Yes. Some people just really get it fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, like, I remember I was biking one night, and I was 12, 11 or 12, and I was at my house, and I remember I was with my mom and my sisters, summertime, and it's just a big ass,
Right.
and at the bottom, it's like, little, you can go over and catch it. And I saw my mom go down, and she went down and out with the camera. I was like, oh, that was fun. And then I saw my sister go down all the time. And I'm like, okay, I can do it too. It was doing this thing.
Yeah, of course.
And then as I
Right.
flipped over,
Right over
and
there.
it was right at like the base of that dick.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in the I looked up and there was this giant chunk of white, and I thought it was my teeth, because I put my face first in the pavement, but it was the helmet which I had feeling it.
Wow,
The
what
whole
cost?
chunk just came off. And then I was like, okay, my teeth are all really good. I got back on my bike. Sorry, I'm keeping my mom. So stopped on the way to wait for me again, and then I came up. And you're at the bottom, you're looking up at this little hill, right? And I came up, all the skin on my face is gone. Like, the skin on my face, I have a little scar in here, gone. Like, that's what that
Oh, yeah.
is.
Yeah, right.
There's a little bit like missing out of my nose.
Oh my God.
It was
That's amazing.
all of the skin, my eyebrows gone, like, it was so painful, and my mom was like, oh my God, I'm crying. And then, it was just so awkward. There's like stone stuck in my skin from the pavement. And, but yeah, then like, my face was all scarred up and shit. And I remember that it hurt to move my arm, so I just kept it like this, because like my little arm hairs were stuck to each other.
Yeah.
But like, stuck in the stuff. And I was like that for weeks. And I just remember having excruciating pain when I tried to like extend my stomach. I'm going to the doctor. And he was like, you have to get this moving. Like, otherwise it would have been like, stuck or something. Oh, so painful. It was so bad.
Oh my God. It's such a little girl thing. Yeah, I'll do it too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the story of my first, when I got run over, because I was with my mom and sister, and we were going super fast. And then I got hit with it, and I was like, ha ha ha. And we were looking back, and I was like, Julia, stop. And I was like, I'm really rocking.
You're watching the shot.
I remember seeing the check from me, and it was one of those bikes where you had it backwards, and I was trying, and it wasn't working, and I looked down, and my shoelace was caught in the gear. And I just went like flying off, and landed on the spot. Yeah. But it wasn't just me, it was a time when my sister was, like, we were in Brazil, in Botswana, and we had a bunch of horses.
Farms are so many accidents. They don't talk about that.
She's like, "You know, horses." I was like, "Please." Like, we know, well, just like sitting around. She fell and dislocated her.
Did it pop back?
I don't even know. I was like, just disgusting. I remember it being, just freaked me out. I remember her,
I guess it shortens it. Yeah.
her, yeah. And then I put her into town, and this is like, 4 hours a week.
Oh my God.
There's no paved roads, we have a bowl for you along. Yeah, it's very like red packed dirt in the middle of her.
Nice.
So, yeah, she went to my mom, and then she.
That was a good hospital too, right?
Right.
I guess it was more to get surgery.
Scary. Well, my uncle went with her, he's a surgeon. So he was like, he thought he knew what was up with it, but yeah, he was like, I'm just gonna go with her. And she came out and explained that she would broke her shoulder. But yeah, that was like big for her. I had my roller skating years.
Just been a trainer for all along. You should be grateful
Still
for that
alive.
service. You should be grateful.
Oh, there's so much shit. And then, you know, of course, I went into my drug years, and I'm like, okay, now I'm invincible. You know?
Exactly.
Nothing. My God.
You know, it was all preparation.
I remember there was this time. A bunch of friends and I, 4 of us in Colorado. And night after we were at some Hawks game, we did. It was in this college center, and they had stops along the way for Hawks. Remember the not real number, and we're like super and on LSD. Someone's driving. And we're like in sticks, like it's super far. And then we
Yes, he
ended
was just checking for help.
up taking the backwards. And I like, when we got lost, I was trying to look for directions, and I couldn't read. But I was so out of it, like I totally forgot where.
But
And then we didn't have the signal. And we made it to this like, all of a sudden the road just took a hook, and then it was a dead end. So we backed up, we had to turn around. And then the back tire had started popping. So then the back two we get out to push. And we were looking for the water again. When we look, we're actually on the flip side.
this
And the back tire
was overfilled.
literally.
Wow.
Could have been it. You know, it could have been it.
Yeah. A little bit too much weight back there. Wow.
Just right into the most dangerous road. Jesus.
I know when you're dealing with a bunch of adolescents, there's nobody there to go have a conversation. I'm just spurred on by all these people talking about this.
And I was like, oh yeah, you know, there's bad things that happen.
Right.
How much older is your sister?
2 years. No, 5 years. She's 5 years old. My older one's 2 years old.
Do you have two sisters?
Yeah, and then I have 2 stepbrothers, so came on the scene quite late, so I didn't bond with them. They were so much younger. They were like 5 and 7 when they first came. I was like 2. So I went to school and they kind of made another family of my older sister. Who's 5, so when she moved from the youngest to the oldest, hard to live with her. And I came and had to sort of back home to be with this. Because of how who was served there was taken right away. So, yeah, my parents, they divorced and my father got married. He looked for this dream house. And so there was this stone house that was, a shingle style house, but all this stone and slate. And it had a barn, an outbuilding, a stream running through it with 5 acres. And at that time, there was huge estate that went back hundreds of acres, so it was a pretty big spot. And so they stretched themselves to do it, and right at that point, my father decided he sort of had his middle age by time, so he decided he wanted to do the job he was doing, and he always played around with as a hobby. Computers. He loved programming and working with different developments, and he done that from the very early days of the dialogue computers. And so he started to work with that. Tractors are the business. It was a really risky ball business that he learned about. And no one really knew where the money was going to be. So they were all thinking the money was in the hardware, not the software. So he invested heavily in machines, and would bring them around to different companies, show them that, and he was getting a steady stream from them. But when it was the hand, we started shifting software, because then you didn't have this hardware moving around. Hardware got cheaper because it was moving overseas, and so he got kind of crushed. And so they ended up losing the house. So I left from college, and then 2 years in, winter, they actually lost the house. So I was coming back on Christmas and he had to vacate the house to celebrate because he wasn't taking it, he was selling himself for that. And then moved into a house. He said, I don't know what this Christmas. He said, Dad, you have to move until we're pretty kids. So I'm there trying to get some reality until, and it's like, we start to move, it's getting too long, we start to. I spent one Christmas just moving into this new house. He was so knocked out because he felt killed. It was kind of the beginning of this decline. Yeah, that's what God is, a heavy religion. We just started looking who's more religion. Before that, it was executive service company. Township supervisor, he was a police commissioner, he was all the things in the town. And then he just kind of collapsed. Just kind of came together, so, yeah. So that was fun for me to see right at that point when I was emerging. So we were in close contact. They ran and they ended up buying that house that he actually died in a small town, about an hour away from where it was. And it was much more rural. And he thought that better because he was just applying for all these little townships around the state. So that would be more centrally located. And he was one to be a small town with big cities. So he got this place. I didn't know where it was. I moved there. So I'm because she really close to her family. They get together every Sunday for dinner. We go to this fun and stuff like that. Where you can, I don't know. What do you mean? So, I said, I think they'll get home eventually, but I haven't heard. They're moving.
First, losing the hours. Oh, parents like me, no. I just. You're living alone? No, you can't live alone.
Yeah.
That's tough. I remember in like the early 2000s, I guess, my parents built a house and it was the most like my dad was in construction for a while before he went to architecture.
Yeah.
We had learned to work.
Right.
And then, so he did a lot of the work and so like my sister and I would have home. Yeah, the plan was that we were going to live here, or summit, which are rooms. And then we would, fix it up as we go along.
Right.
Make it a little,
Right.
yeah, and just that's me.
Yeah, right. Wow. Yeah, so.
Because they put all their and then, a couple of them, later, and I remember from the phone to the college, my mom brought me over there. And she basically just went up on the door. Hi, everyone, and we did that for the 2 little kids. And then we would thank God that they were trying to find, because my mom's design. And I guess they were trying to find her to thank her, like, this was the most beautiful house, like, it was the most well-designed house that we've ever seen. And they basically wanted her to remodel the basement because it was so finished. And so she got to do that, it was really cool, but it was so good. Because we would like save the house. Like we watched it from absolute dirt to
Yeah, that 2008 hit the construction and architecture direct hit. Nice. It was all directed, it was focused on. So anybody that was in there they just collapsed. Camille made it through because she was working on the family court. And so it was a big, huge project. And funding was already there for it. So she was able to move through for a year. That was a tough year. This one is COVID, everybody's so different, but the arts department, of course. So we were lucky that we were in that, which was still the last thing. I didn't get stuff. It was a weird year. Still get through. What are you doing this summer? You're going to be around?
yeah.
Because you're only working on it.
So,
You're here because you're yeah. Do you want to help me on sculpture?
yes, anytime, any day, any hour.
So there's 2 big projects coming up. The biggest one is the youth project. And I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to go to San Antonio. Yeah, I'm gonna go in May because you can't go in June, it's too hot. But I need to do that one at Penn over the weekend holiday. So I just started like that Thursday before, go over the holiday because I need to drive this truck, big lift truck into the campus. And if whole thing's running, I'm gonna go fast all the time. I can't take it. And so I was good over the weekend. So I gotta get back to do that. So roughly thinking that bracket, it's usually a week. Labor is very before and you go after. So I'll just give you rough times, but I have to start working on that.
Yeah, because I have another installation, but it's not until like late June,
Okay, good.
so that'll be on.
So we are looking at, I'm supposed to hop in the week of the 7th and then graduation is, I don't have to go anywhere in San Antonio because the Labor Day is, the 31st. Memorial Day, that's what I'm so sorry.
We say you're going to San Antonio before.
Yeah, February 4th, so then the next, what I usually do is I start at Wednesday, the 26th, and then work straight through to 31st. Or even that Tuesday. That's like a week, so that's 11. And the other job is I have the, you know this building well, the Union League has 2 sculptures out in front, 2 Civil War sculptures. It's right at Sansom and it looks like a Victorian building with a massive roof and there's the big sweeping steps.
Yeah.
You probably never walked that way because you probably cut through.
Yeah, I walk there all the time. We're trying to get on the board.
So
There's that new hotel.
right, the roundabout from that on Broadway. So if you go past that, over Chestnut, then you have to go to the corner of Sansom, that's where the New League starts. And the next big street would be Walnut. It is, it's all brick, yeah. Now, this little word of warning, so you gotta be best behavior, it is a Republican stronghold. It is the Union League and it's the Lincoln Memorial Park, they've got a whole room devoted to him. They have an exhibit area on the bottom floor, and they were doing the exhibit on Lincoln, and they found his lectern that he did the Gettysburg Address on, and it was a little wobbly. And so I was out there working with sculptures, I always looked at the sculptures, and they said, the Pope is coming, and he wants to use this lectern. Because Lincoln used it for the Gettysburg Address. He wants it to be used down at the Independence Hall. So already we had Lincoln, Independence Hall, and the current Pope, all one in the Pope. The Pope was here to visit. Yeah, the Pope was here to visit. It's about 4 years ago. He was here to do like a conference on children. They stayed out at the seminary. We had a big, huge seminary. The Pope. And so he Philadelphia, big Catholic community, so they tourism with it. Actually, the McGuires who funded the lobby downstairs, they helped pay for the Pope to come. So the guys would meet him at the airport and shake his hand. Franny and Jim. So anyway, so I'm working on this, these sculptures, and Jim, the guy who was the curator, nicest guy working here, love him. You kind of just want to hug him and kiss him. He's such a great guy. And he comes and says, Doc, there's a flight. Can you look at it for us? We need that restored. Because we're going to use it. We're building the thing around it. But he still has to have it secured. And it's wow. So it was a really simple lectern. It was just a piece of wood coming down onto this platform, and then it mortised into it, and then mortise came because he played a little bit, and so it tried to split it from underneath to give tension, and it just wasn't doing it anymore. So I said, well, let's make a big job out of a small. The big job is we'd have to reinforce the bottom of it, but then they were really concerned because it was historical significance. So I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'll match the wood and I'll run some shins in there, and it should be secure. So I'm never worried this fucking thing. Just kind of like go out and get wood and match the color exactly so you can see it. So I did it. So it looked great. So they were happy. Pope's coming. They moved it down to Independence Hall. The guy's on television. Pope's giving his address. I'm thinking, oh, and so gust of wind blows. He took this something like that to hold it. To hold the papers, because his papers were going to blow. Didn't have it. So because I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm not. So just a little bit of pressure, so. Yeah, so you do some wild stuff. But the paint shop, have you ever been on the campus? We're going to have to go up there so you can see it, but we can do some of the walkthrough. But there's about 18 sculptures that have been done over this period of time. And I do long days. Yeah, I do long days. Because the thing is, you rent this really expensive equipment. So the longer I keep it, the more it's expensive. So I try to do it long. And so, and when I do it over the weekend, they don't charge me for it. So it's a little bit of I'm getting rid of something here. So, so anyway, the biggest thing is there's this big flagpole, massive flagpole right at the stadium. And it's got 5 figures, life-size figures going around the drum of it. And that's off the ground about 8 feet. And then there's a plaza with a step. So I have to bring a lift in and traverse that plaza and go up to it. So I've got to have hosing and things you hooked up. You've got to clean air in the bottom and then keep things running from that side. And so it's all this, each one kind of presents its different issues.
Yeah.
Water access, moving hoses, cleaning things, talking to people. So this would be a big test for us doing that. Because I'll tell you why. That's the test. Where I find out. Are you one of them that gets hit on all the time? Because normally you're really interesting, and I want to point this out, Julia. Wait a minute, I want to point this out. Because I was giving an example of this. This is staying there. Now these guys would cross the street. We have never had anybody from them when you and I were. Think about it. No looking, no cheating, no anything.
Honestly, that harassment.
Yeah, but that was me. So isn't that interesting? So I'm really interested to see this, what happens. Because this is the test. Because I've had advertisers who actually nobody would talk. I said, nobody would talk. No, they don't even talk. Because, people will come up and ask legitimate questions. Why is it burning in sculpture? What's going on? This other two, like, zing. And this is one, it was like, I wanted to build a fence on her. She couldn't get, it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. So we will see, it'll be pretty fun. So those are the two so far, and there'll be some others probably coming up, but those are all in the beginning of the summer, so. No, I'll be coming back from San Antonio, then I'll just start the pen. That'll be for a week, or you know who's down there with Brian? Brian was my assistant for 10 years. Yeah. Hey, how are you? And so, and then the Lincoln thing will be somewhere, I usually do that in June or something. So, but you won't do it late in June.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I had it It has to be within the month of June.
Okay.
They said that in late June, but I could always.
Well, let's see how that progresses, and we can also work around that for, because that one is usually a 2-day project, that's not as big, because it's 2 sculptures. But that one's tricky, because I have to bring a drivable truck up to that, and then kind of barricade myself in there on that terrible little street, with people not paying attention or caring at all over there. Yeah, caution tape comes, yeah, and then, you know, and some soft horses. And then Jim, Monday, when we fly in and out of the place, check out the donors were coming in and out of it. That's a complete expert. This one that is, oh, so just like, are you from another planet or what? No, we were, we went to the restaurant. Yeah, no, I get it, I get it.
I can totally do it.
But no, I'm just gonna be able to tell you ahead of time. Hey, no, you're a bastard back then, you're more tuned than we are here, so, yeah. So, and actually the people who are on the office of the curator are all women, and they're really cool. They're both doing Lynn, actually. So it's Lynn and Lynn Martin had this, who oversees the whole thing, which you probably not meet, she never comes out. But she was a curator here at Buffalo. So when she changed jobs and where she became the curator of the collection here. So, yeah, so there's a lot of interwoven thing. Lynn, she actually used to work for the movie company, moved it. So the satirical movie, no, they're the ones that, not Jim though, the guy we deal with is just a very special girl, really open, super friendly. But God to that, you gotta be careful with him too, because he'll say, are you thirsty? Because he'll come out with like silver service from the place, you know, and pour it out. You know, he's like completely crazy. Yeah, he's a real sweet, so.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so anyway, yeah, sure, so we'll kind of.
What is the higher? Should I show up on the zip up?
No, you don't need that, but we do need, I usually get those, things from Home Depot that are right here, but you have that, and you don't comfortable. Because especially with some parts, you just get it doused.
Oh,
It's right here, yeah.
oh, cool.
Yeah, because you're working on the stone on the first one, some of those. So we kind of day to day, what we need. And the temperature fluctuates, sometimes it's like it is today. Other times it's like 90, 95 degrees. So, you know, at the time of May, it's a real, you just don't know. And then we, you know, you can work it regular degree, you can't do wax and perfect. So anyway, I have this class. So I don't see it.
Okay, go.
Okay.
Bye. Bye, Teresa. Bye. It was good seeing you. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
How's it going?
It's going.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the way it's been going today.
I wanted to first and foremost apologize because I feel really bad. I couldn't go to your show last week.
What happened?
Um,
You not.
I had sort of an altercation with my apartment mate's dog.
Oh
And so last week was filled with me talking to her about me moving out
no. Oh shoot.
and finding another place to be.
Kind of crisis mode, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's been happening over the past few. And she almost treats the dog like it's a person.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the dog's rights are sort of, it seems like the dog's rights are more than mine. And I have to,
Yeah, that can be tricky.
yeah. When she leaves the space and she leaves the dog out, the dog lunges at me still.
Oh.
And so last week was trying to move and shift something so I can be in another space where I feel safe.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's tough.
It is. I mean, especially if you're already having anxiety about what's going on outside of your home,
Yeah.
to go back to the space is
Yeah, that's what
it's nerve-wracking.
that's
So-
something that one always have to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, can you imagine not being able to go back to your home space and
Sure.
feel okay?
Yeah, that's part of the old problem with the roommates.
Yeah, yeah. And it took me a while to try to like actually find a space where I could have my own
Sure.
space and not conjoined because it's so expensive in the city now.
Of course.
But one of my
Sure, good.
Yeah, I mean, one of my friends has connected me to a space that's affordable. It's not in too bad a neighborhood. And it's a space where I can have it be my own, you know.
Good.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's a bit of a challenge. It's, each week kind of brings up some sad. I'm sorry you didn't hear that, see that, because the group show will be nice, but there'll be a series of shows coming up there that you should start going. I was just talking to the gallery, they're hanging a new one tomorrow, and they wanted my input on it, which is nice. And so each month there's gonna be some pretty interesting things going on for a while.
Okay.
So maybe you should make it part of your, when you're down here, that's what I do, because you're not far from me, it takes 10 minutes to walk over there.
Definitely.
And
Yeah.
then you can go home from there, and that it might be a good routine to get into.
Also, home will be a lot closer because I'll be down at Graduate Hospital area. That's where I'm
Gosh,
going.
you can walk from there then. That's
Exactly.
great, that'd be fun.
West Philly would kind of would have been a challenge.
Yeah, sure, but you could get on another transport from there, you could go back to Market and get on that, but yeah, it's still not too bad.
How did Saturday go?
It was good, everything, I gotta say, the show worked out very well, we did sales, and Scott came by. Actually.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, we did this talk, and several people came by, it was good to be able to, I brought a group of people through, and so we kind of did that for a portion of it. And I was, a lot of what I was doing was trying to help the gallery get to this next step. And we got a lot of things worked out. And one of the things we worked out is how important that kind of tour is to people coming in. I mean, they can see the show, get a lot out of it, but it means a lot more if you can be kind of brought through it. So they're gonna work harder at trying to make sure that the artist can do it, or somebody can come here and talk about it, or they can do it themselves. That's something that would become more like almost like what we do with boutiques or something, to just be engaged.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It definitely sounds like it boosts the level of engagement, which is something my friend and I were talking about today. We were saying, how do you boost the level of engagement? How do you have people do more than just look at a piece and move on to the next piece, and look at that piece and move on?
So I'll give you the thing, I'll help you on this too, because we've been investigating, and then we can share information and tell me when something works out, but I'll tell you what worked for us.
Okay.
First and foremost, on my side, by me sending out images through social media, but then writing a little essay or a statement about each one, made a huge impact. It was
Okay.
huge, much more than any of us had ever guessed. Because we kept thinking, oh, they just need to see images, just keep plastered with it. No, it was really being able to get down to that informed, insightful kind of approach to it. And then it was also, I did two things. One was for people that couldn't come down, I got my pad, and I put them on Zoom, and I brought them around the show, talking to them through the show.
Okay.
So I did that for a few of them. And then there was also these talks we did, and all three of those things were immensely successful.
That's excellent.
They netted sales, they got more engagement, they got interest. So yeah, see what you can do. But it was trying to use this kind of, all these things we have available to us now.
Yeah, it sounds like you really use the technology to the best of.
Yeah, we really tried. And so there's other ideas now about how we can maybe have something like that available more while the show is up.
Yeah.
Could you do some pre-recordings that people could tap into? Things like that. So that's what, and it's not a huge deal because we're doing this all the teaching.
Right, so you have the practice down.
Yeah, we're kind of working, All right, let me get on with these guys and then we'll get started. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Oh, here, let me get this.
Hi, Carol. Good to see you again. Anna, 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 Anna. So Kate's there. All right, Kate. Good to see you, Anna. And so we, Tara, and you're the ones that weren't getting going on this last week, but let's see if this is a multiple pose project, and so the model starts off lying down, then goes to sitting off to the side, and then standing for the last one. So there's 3 different poses in there, which you can then take advantage of. But the nice thing is that the furniture is staying stable, so you can work with that. But I'm saying on this one, you don't have to stick to the arrangement that I have. You can really put the model in any kind of scenario. And Vanessa had done this situation where they're out on the beach. So you can really kind of change the scenario. You can have it be even not as literal too, as far as it doesn't even have to be one specific space. It can be multiple spaces. It can be multiple points. It can be inside out. It can be different panels or canvases. It can be multiple medias. So there's a lot of options here that you can explore. But I do want something to be coming from this experience with the model in this environment. Just something, but that's the only thing that we're going for. All right, so I'm going to talk about a couple of images today, as we always do. I'll get started on that, and then we'll launch into it. Okay, so we'll go to the screen, share, and I'm starting with Bertha Morisot. If it'll come up there, doesn't want to come up. Huh. There it is. Okay.
Okay, so Berthe is an interesting artist because he's probably the lesser known of the Impressionist painters. And this is from a show that was at the Barnes Foundation. And if you haven't been to the show that's currently there of de Kooning and Soutine, please go. They do a great job with exhibitions. You do need to get time tickets. You do have to pay, but it's well worth it. And this was for the latter part of Berthe's show, where it was her niece posing, which she worked from the family members in Nice a lot. And I just thought this was so interesting for the composition class, with this idea that you've got this very horizontal painting versus vertical, but as you can see readily, it's the same scene. So come on so I can see you guys, because I want some interaction on this one. So the first question I would have is, which one do you think is the painting that this artist, Berthe Morisot, was most pleased with? These are both the same subject and the same scene. So this artist made decisions about one of the paintings when it was started that would move her into doing the next one. So let me move this over. So, oops. Sorry. This is in the horizontal format, but you can see the niece is at the piano. So which one do you think Berthe Morisot was most pleased with, and why? Or do you think they were just two paintings done of the same person at different times? What do you think? What do you think, Anna? What do you think about this? Yeah. It becomes like in the fact that the young girl is playing too, it becomes a whole different narrative, doesn't it? But, I think what's really interesting about your choice here is I think by zeroing in on that figure more, you actually do see some clarity in here and more articulation around the face. So very arguably could be that this was an offshoot from this one, that this might have been the entirety of the scene that the artist felt that they needed, but then went to this and went into the vertical format instead of the horizontal. But do you think, Vanessa, there's any way we could really substantiate that one's better than the other? So, Vanessa, what do you think?
It's very minimal. It's something that's it's just her face that are left on. But as a whole, I really enjoy the right.
Yeah, so I think what you're illustrating by saying that is that they really are different. They're not necessarily better. And really, in some circles, this would be less interesting because it is a little more academic, as in that the model is obviously pausing at the piano like it's a prop. You barely even know it's a piano. It could be just a desk. But I find it really compelling that the face in this wall and in the frame painting are identical on both of them. So it makes you think that maybe it was from a photo or something that was so specific like that, as it goes along. But I wanted you guys to see this because I wanted you to see that there's this process that happens about decisions. So with this one, compositionally, what we're looking at is that connectivity that we talk a lot about. that this is moving you from one main object to another, which then with the light moves you up to the frame, which moves you back down to the face and becomes this great circular motif. With this one, same thing, but it's coming in from the front arm now, picks up to the flowers, which goes to the ornament, which is more lit on the wall, much more delicate there. Softer face, so it's not as much about the portrait. There's another frame here that's cut off from this, but it goes into the dress, which is a little more realized and down the way. So both of them are doing this kind of circular movement as it goes around. And then there's a softness, hardness, softness, softness, more realized, less realized, which starts to relegate on either side as it goes in there. But being an impressionist by putting colors, blues, reds, yellows, throughout, it kind of moves your eye around just that way alone. And then, of course, the brushwork does it as well. So all that becomes really present. But Marceau really challenged the idea of finish like most impressionists did, but stayed a little bit more academic, so that challenge would become a little bit more associative as it goes. This is a nice grouping of Amy Sherrill, who did the Obama portrait, and then of course Matisse. And I love this grouping because it shows you very different time periods, but it really essentially shows you the same pose on all of them, where you've got this arm raised, the other one in relaxed pose, and then a very ornamental dress as it goes in there. So we've been talking about color and pattern as it goes in. So let me ask you this then. Which do you find the most compelling? Which is more dynamic? And which one maybe breaks boundaries? Anna, which one do you think? Anna, no. What do you think breaks boundaries?
I think that,
No, I'm not. Because I'll ask that second, but I wanted to first start off with which painting do you think breaks boundaries for its time period? Because this is early to mid 1800s. This is late 1800s to early 19, and this is contemporary. I think you probably want it to break boundaries, but the interesting thing about it, other than the fact that you did Michelle in Versailles, it's actually a pretty standard portrait. Not too many boundaries are broken. It's a pretty straightforward portrait. This is the one that broke the boundaries. No, that Matisse was pushing at this point and went flatter, scratched into the form, became completely decorative, almost like the paintings became like cut out dots. So those things were pushed even further than what was gone there. And then the naturalism of the arm in this day actually pushed that boundary too. And the fact that it went back to neoclassicism, when really things were going more romantic. So all of them actually, the answer is broke boundaries. But we want this to break boundaries more because we're more tied with this. Is that also your favorite, Anna, or do you like the other ones more? What do you like about it? What is it that maybe you wouldn't like as much as some of the others? Yeah. Like this is so empty, right? And this is it. But you know what I like about it is it's kind of iconic. I think it just becomes instantly kind of iconic because of its simplicity. Kind of does have that. I think it does have that. And that great attention to the fabric of the clothing and stuff, yeah. The arm, yeah. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? God. That fabric, it's crazy. Yeah, yeah. Which one? They're all around the same size. And they're, they're about, 40 inches, 50 inches. Yeah, yeah. But see now, compositionally, really using arrows, like this arrow, this negative space, the gesture of the arm connecting so you go up to the portrait, the part of the portrait's not alone. They're all successfully doing that. Did you guys notice this portrait within the portrait, this little scratched in one on the wall here? That's really quite nice. And then also the floral thing back here starts to make an explosion behind the kind of orange hair as it goes. So there really is this very challenging thing. But I think really the only painting that uses chiaroscuro, light and dark, is the arm. These are really functioning more off of pattern and shape mostly as it goes. But kind of compelling. So when you're dealing with these figures that are up here, think about these diagonals. Think about the negative spaces. Think about how something exists, like a big triangle in here, or the way this is more frontal, and then the triangles come on either side. And then this becomes like this focal point because of all that ornament. And then this becomes, because it was cropping, kind of lost around there. And then you really zero in on the portrait, and the hand opens up to almost like a claw. It becomes like this connectivity as it goes. This is rendered like that. This is blocked in like that. So it's kind of interesting that there is more parallels sometimes when you think between vast amounts of time and era. But I don't know if you guys recall, but when this was brought out, it really, it was this big deal to have the skin of Michelle Obama delineated by that black and white and not try to make it a color. So that became the high drama of it. So that's interesting in itself. So anyway, but that's what we'll talk about today. So let's get back into these paintings, and it's a really fun pose, I gotta say. It's quite dramatic, and Medusa's really brought us to a new level here of interest. And I love that lying down one. We're just going to start with that lounging in that ample couch, and then how there's also that S-curve gesture in the one that's in the chair, and then that very minimal behind the lamp of the third pose. So your job today is to think about how you're crystallizing these particular moments of either light, color, pattern, or if you're doing something that's going to be breaking away from the subject, how you're going to break away from it and how these figures can exist in it. And that's another really quite fun challenge. Okay, so let's keep going, and I'll check in with you guys in 20 minutes, and we'll start to see what we've got in there. Okay? So start with that lying down one.
Sure.
And do you remember?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Because I've got a piece up here too.
Thank you for giving me that, sharing that information with me.
Yeah, you can share. You tell me when you get these to work too. So the big thing is that arm tucked under, they overlap, and then this is the one where you're sitting, and then the arms connected over, and you've got your red shirt under that.
Right.
And then the last one is you standing over to the side.
With my hair wrapped.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, and just, I think, the world is about sharing things, and, we're not all trying to get ahead and leaving people behind. We're gonna see if we can, make things work for everybody, and, that's what this is all about.
I can really appreciate that, Doug. I feel like in the art world, sometimes that's a rare.
It can't be anymore. We're all in it together. This is oh my God, this is so perfect.
So was it this leg over this leg, or is this the right leg placement?
Yes, yes it is.
Okay. Okay, cool.
It's just that the lower leg isn't as tucked. Relax
Okay.
that a little bit more. The lower
Oh,
leg.
the lower leg is
Yeah.
tucked?
Not as tucked. It's actually, I'm sorry, it's tucked more under you, but it's not as, yeah, there you go. That's right. And then you put the other one on top. There you go. Perfect. And then the arms over, the arms up. Let's say, and the only other thing is the fabric got a little higher.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right, excellent. Oh, it's such a great pose, seriously.
Cool. I'm glad.
Such a great pose.
I mean, this is a great setup, for real, with this couch here and this yellow fabric over top.
Yeah, it's great. I love the way it interacts with you. And that light, finally figured out that light. It comes right on top. It doesn't rake across now. And it shows up well on the live stream. Yeah, I'm going to move this down just a little bit. There we go. Okay, good. Wow, that looks great, actually. Yeah, we've never gotten the light as good on this. This looks really good. Ah,
So you did change the lighting situation.
I did. I didn't realize that it worked. It really works. Huh. It's really cool in there because it looks like a little image, a little painted image. It's fun.
How is everybody making out with doing this one live?
Oh my God, no one's doing it. I'm just not. I think I'm the only holdout. I'm probably the most stubborn faculty, so I think it's coming through with that. I'll just keep doing something until it works.
Right.
Yeah, they're still doing a mix of different things, and I think one of them is still Zooming,
Okay.
but the others are just doing the hybrid stuff. Yeah, Scott was just coming from the session we did on Saturday.
Yeah.
For you, just come from here, a big charcoal swatch right here. It's so funny. He's like walking around the city street with that.
Like a chimney sweep.
Yeah, it's like a chimney sweep. Yeah, that is so Scott, you know? But as always, we had a great talk. Really, really nice.
Yeah. I wish I could have come that day too,
Oh,
but
that would have been fun.
I ended up moving a good amount of my stuff out, so that way that process
Stuff
can be.
happens, you know?
Yeah.
You were there in spirit.
But now that I'm going to be moving down to the Graduate Hospital area, I'll be a lot closer
Yeah.
to be able to walk and catch public transportation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good place to live.
Yeah, it's pretty close to just about everything without being too close, you know.
Your arm is twisted a little too much. The hanging one. Yeah, just move your elbow back there. There you go. That's good. And then you're not far from Fitness Square, which is nice.
Yeah, I really like that. I like that part.
Yeah, so see, it's gonna work out better.
I hope so. I've moved several times, so sometimes I tend to have a little bit of anxiety about it because
Sure.
once you move, you're kind of locked in, you know?
Yeah. You sign leases and all that.
The other thing is at that other location, I can't take my mask off when I'm in the house.
Oh,
So that just,
that's sadistic.
yeah, that added on to the anxiety. Like I started having, like almost like panic attacks, like asthma attacks
Sure.
from wearing the mask all the time.
Yep. And it starts to kind of aggravate it.
Yeah, it definitely will aggravate it, and it's just, sometimes I was looking at, there's these clear plastic sort of visor masks
Yes.
that fit over your eyes, but they also fit over the rest of your face.
Huh.
And I was considering getting one of those because I found with the fabric mask, sometimes fibers
Yeah.
can travel down into your mouth or your lungs or your nose.
Sure.
So I've just been trying to,
Well, before you go that route, maybe run it by Jimmy and make sure it's okay.
okay. Yeah, it's a fitted mask too.
Yeah, just make sure though, because I know it's not much fun with me, but Jimmy's the call on that one.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, or season or whatever. Just run it by somebody.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I figured also, I'm gonna run it by him, but I also figured with this new mask that I'm purchasing, that people would be able to see my face. Too.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's a good idea.
Yeah, without asking me to take my mask off for a little bit or at all.
Yeah, right. Which makes you feel vulnerable. Yeah, you gotta watch Scott. I was noticing he was a little reckless.
He doesn't call it reckless. He calls it he's making calculated risks. He's taking, which translates into
That
reckless.
mask, to say that mask was staying on his face was an understatement. I've never seen anybody shift his face around more than that.
Well, that's the thing I've been hearing on the news, is that people who have gotten their vaccinations, some of them,
Yeah.
have become a little bit more relaxed,
Sure, for good reason.
And comfortable with
Yeah.
the mask slipping off or.
Yeah.
um,
Well,
not
he's
having
only
a mask
gotten his
on.
one. He hasn't gotten both of them yet.
What'd you say?
He only has his one shot. He hasn't gotten two of them. yet.
Right. Did you get your second one yet?
No, not until 13.
Okay, got you.
And even then, it's 2 weeks after that. Before.
Well, I feel like even after people have gotten their vaccinations, their full amount,
Yeah.
or the full dose, I feel like folks should still be wary with masks,
Yeah,
just because
yeah,
there's so much that we don't know about
that's right.
the vaccination and how well it holds up.
You should take a calculated risk, is that what you said?
Yeah, take a calculated risk.
Yeah, they said that the cases are going up in Philly.
And if you look at international,
Sure.
before I look at American news, I noticed in Japan, weeks ago, they tell folks, to sort of quarantine and things like that. And then they were saying with the vaccinations, they were going to let people out of the space, like out of their home spaces and without masks.
Yeah,
Well, the Cherry Blossom Festivals just went on.
sure.
So you had a lot of folks without masks that were in large gatherings.
Oh, nice.
And so as of a few days ago, I saw Japan totally pull back their like ease
Nice.
with having people not wearing masks and people
Nice.
gathering in large spaces. So folks are back in quarantine there.
Nice.
You don't want that.
And I've noticed also our news takes at least like 3 weeks to 2 months to catch up to international news concerning COVID,
Shit.
which kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I'm watching French news, Italian news, Japanese news, German news.
Well, remember, with the last lockdown, they let us come in, you and I, still, remember?
Yeah, oh yeah.
They would knock out the in-person class, but they would let us do it.
Yeah, because I mean, when you figure we're a little safer in our pod, just the two of us.
Sure.
But like, I think we might be going into another mini quarantine soon. I'm sorry.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? But you said that the last time.
I don't think so, because the reason why is that we've been doing a lot of vaccinations, so I think we're keeping ahead of it.
Okay. All right.
So don't worry yet.
I don't know. Like, it's so weird when I look at the international news, that's when I get worried.
Don't look at the news.
Don't look at the news.
No.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I think it's time to stop listening.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna all take calculated risks.
Oh no.
So just, we'll be fine.
I feel like you know how in the horror movies they say, oh, there was just a noise in the woods. Don't pay any attention to it, and then next thing you know, Jason comes out.
It's true.
I kind of feel.
Calculated risk, Jason. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I feel you. Try to do the best that you can. And just, like, for me, it's important to be vigilant,
Yeah. Well,
Not-
your livelihood depends on
Yeah.
it. Can't just model if you got COVID.
Exactly.
Then you'd say, there's reduced.
The COVID model. That's terrible.
No.
I definitely don't want to be that.
No.
Well, I did pick up a whole thing of ginger.
Of ginger?
Yeah, like a whole
Good.
root of ginger inspired by you.
You can't have too much of that. That's what I say. It's good.
It seems to be working for you, so.
You're right up.
I jump on the ginger tree.
Yeah, ginger tree. Don't tell Scott that. Share a lot of stuff and not that. Said Courtney's out of the sleep.
Yeah, she's getting back to her old self.
That's awesome. Dogs are amazing.
Yeah.
So resilient.
I think it seems like she wants to live, you know what I mean? She wants to do her thing.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like dogs. In general, they're pretty wonderful creatures.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to introduce Courtney to bananas.
Introduce Courtney to bananas.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Bananas sound so high energy.
I know. It was okay with bigger
Other
dogs.
dogs. Yeah, but how will Courtney do with
I
Banana? Because
know.
Courtney is a bit of a diva.
I know, it's true. That is true. Very spoiled, Courtney.
I remember when Scott was talking about Courtney first, like starting, like when she first started to heal and become better. He said he knew she was getting better because she kicked him out of bed.
Oh. More salmon. See, they have that in common.
I think he describes Courtney as being like the pretty girl in high school that just doesn't want to pay you any attention whatsoever.
Oh my goodness. That's a quite a description.
Huskies sort of remind me more of cats sometimes than they do dogs.
Yeah, probably.
Their behavior.
Yeah. That does sound like a cat behavior.
I never thought that dealing with a raccoon would be easier than dealing with a dog,
See,
though.
there you go. I know. That raccoons are scary. They're wild.
She's wild, but it's funny because she understands tone
Hmm.
enough to get when she's doing something she shouldn't be and that she shouldn't be doing it anymore. Um,
She's so wild.
she'll get in her cage voluntarily.
She knows she's been bad.
Yeah. And she knows that there's not like violent consequences, like she's gonna get spanked or anything like that.
Yeah.
But she's been trained enough to know that she should get in the cage at certain times.
I like that.
Which like lets me know that, even though an animal's a wild animal,
It's conscious. Yeah.
yeah, you can still train them.
Mm-hmm. They should like coordinating.
What'd you say?
Like coordinating. Have they been to the veterinarian yet?
I'm sorry?
Have they been to the veterinarian yet?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I did look up other options for my friend, and I was told that the Academy of Natural Sciences,
Yeah.
they have folks that have also veterinarian connections.
Oh,
Yeah, I think the vet that he visited with the raccoon was sort of schooled in exotic animals and in alternative pets.
huh.
So they gave him very basic information, but I told him that he should reach out to someone who actually like works with raccoons on a regular basis of possums and squirrels and things like that.
Maybe the zoo.
At the zoo. Oh, that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, because they have much more interaction.
Yeah, he got the basics on like how to maintain her fur, like what kind of cycle she would be on throughout the seasons. And then he also got he has medication for her.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so she doesn't get worms or give worms or
Yeah.
parasites.
I don't know about that.
More and more people are starting to have raccoons as pets, though. Yeah, it's becoming a popular thing. I've even heard someone I knew said that his friend wanted to get a skunk. I said, why? So you can possibly I guess it's a calculated risk that you won't get sprayed.
Well, I guess they take that part out, but gosh, they still kind of smell.
Right. There's this guy on social media that has a squirrel.
Yeah, the squirrel's a 19th century pet.
Really?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah, painters had squirrels depicted on little ropes. People would put around them for pets. That's pretty weird. At the Philadelphia Museum, there's a popular museum. Or is it at the Met? One of them has a little squirrel on a rope. I'm sure I think it's the Met.
I can't imagine an artist, especially having a squirrel, because
Yeah, they get in there.
right, exactly. Or knock everything down because
Yeah. They're crazy.
well, I remember seeing paintings of artists that have monkeys.
Yeah, monkeys were popular for a while.
Uh-oh, that's
They
time.
That's it. That's it, man.
I'll get ready for the next pose.
Get ready for the shirt.
Yeah, it's right here.
You need cameras. Or it is done mid-return. You need cameras.
Yeah, those doors in that one bathroom are really tricky.
Yeah.
If you push them the wrong way, they come back and smack you in the face.
Oh. You don't want any injuries. No injuries.
No,
We said-
I don't want to add that to my resume.
Moving in an instant.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if,
I wish I could like live in a like RV or something that I could just move around whenever I wanted.
yeah.
That would be really cool.
Okay.
And I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't have that arm in there. Let me, I have a photo of it. Photo. Your arms to the side,
Okay.
and then you're leaning a little bit. So you're doing with this a little bit.
Like this?
Put your arms out. So looks like you're out on the edge of the chair. There you go. And that one a little bit more. Okay, good. Excellent. Okay.
Good. Good.
Come in.
Hey, Doug.
How did I first start laughing?
Sometimes I have to stop myself from cracking up when I hear him do it because it makes me think about you doing it.
Good. What I could do is I could come in sometimes just to bang that.
You could create a whole, with Scott,
Yeah.
y'all could create a whole percussion section.
You know. It's fun. If somebody can video it, so the performance.
Yeah. That's actually a great suggestion to make it so it's actually, you know, it's like a performance. It's
Yeah.
actually like a dance
Yeah.
and drumming.
Exactly. Rhythmic and music.
When and where did you figure out how to communicate your narrative about your pieces?
I had them as I was working on them, so I knew where it was going, but then I just formalized it from that once they were done. So it started off as like a description of why and what was happening, but then it went into something a little bit further by extrapolating on it.
Okay.
So using our historical context, working with this idea of, you know, a socio-political context.
And did you take notes as you were making your images?
No,
Okay.
that would be a good idea. But I do take notes. I take notes in general, just some ideas I have. These will come up. So I'll keep track of it.
That sounds like a good use of your time, so you're not just
Right.
making images and making images and making more images without a narrative.
No. It's not the era to do that, is it?
No. My friend with the raccoon, I had a conversation with him earlier today about that very thing.
Yeah.
And his pieces are really nice.
Uh-huh.
They present really well. He does work in pen and ink.
Yeah.
But most of his pieces are him and the raccoon.
Oh, it's gotta go beyond that.
Right. And so I had to ask him, I said, well, how are you hoping to engage the public, very public you're trying to court with these images?
Right.
Like, where are you giving them space to fit themselves into this
That's right.
this narrative? And so he started saying, well, I've come up with all these pictures, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down and write this whole complicated story, and it's going to take me all this time and space to figure it out, and
Yeah.
And I said to him, I said, well, how likely do you think you'll be able to do that and secure engagement around your work?
Sure.
So it kind of gave him some things to think about, but like,
That was good for you to do that.
well, the only reason why I opened up the conversation in that way is because I've heard you and Scott talk about the importance of a narrative.
Yeah.
And how it's great to make images, right?
Sure.
But you also need to have some kind of intriguing story, which is going
Gotta
to,
go somewhere.
yeah,
There you go. Yeah, the thing that worries me about that conversation is the fact that he said it's complicated.
yeah,
No matter how complicated it is, your job is to simplify it when you write it,
right.
not to make it more complicated, because it's already complicated.
Well, I feel like he feels like it's complicated because he's not in the practice of doing it.
Oh, okay, so if that's the case, sure, that's fine. If it's complicated because he's having trouble making sense out of it, well, then there's the problem.
Right. Like when I get back to my space, well, when I get back to his space, because I'm hanging out there right now,
Sure.
I'm gonna basically sit down and do this experiment where I make a pie chart of what I do the best and what I do the worst,
Yeah,
and try to see if I can break up some of that time where I'm doing that, the image making or the creating visual symbols. And I'm going to take some of that time that I do those things so well and break it up into, what is your narrative?
yep.
Where are you trying to go? What are you trying to say? Where's the fill in the blank spaces or the Mad Lib spaces for your viewers? Because that matters too.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like some people who make art can actually, you can invite people into your pieces
Sure.
if you start a dialogue.
Well, right, and it should be present anyway. That's the whole point of you doing something. But whatever you do beyond that should help facilitate that. Unless you're trying to keep people away. Some people are, thinking that anybody is not going to understand it. But, and what are you doing it for?
Like, he has all these really like wonderful shots of him and the raccoon, but it's almost like as the viewer, you're always looking up at him. Like, you can see his nostrils from underneath of his his nose, and it's like, I had to say to him, I said, what are you trying to say by having your viewer constantly look up to you,
Yeah, what's the superiority thing going on?
Right. And how are you going to bring things back down to earth for folks?
Yeah, that's something we're here to
I'm trying. And also, as I speak to him about these things, I'm actually also asking myself the same questions.
There you go. Sometimes with the visual art too, you don't always know the answer.
Mm-hmm.
But just the fact that you're questioning it with sincerity is really the goal.
Right.
My wife just texted me and said that if you've gotten Moderna or Pfizer shot, you're 80% immune.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Is that the one
even
that
from
you
the
got?
first shot.
The very first one?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so from the first shot, and then you become, 90 something after that, but you're 80% up to that point. Because it just released additional tests.
Oh,
So that's
okay.
good news.
Yeah, definitely.
Because she keeps telling me no matter where she goes, like she'll go down to the job site and she'll come back and say, I've got construction COVID.
Huh?
And then she, go to a restaurant. I've got restaurant COVID. You'll have to meet her. You like her. She's pretty funny. I've got COVID. She was early on in the pandemic. We were going downtown and she rolled down the window to ask the police some question,
Yeah.
the directions or something, and she rolled it back up and said, now I've got cop COVID.
The many faces of COVID.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Grocery store COVID.
Gosh.
It's like everything with potential exposure. Raccoon COVID.
Oh no. Post office COVID.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that it's great that you have 80% immunity because when you go out, other folks don't know to keep their distance
They
or
don't.
they don't abide by the same rules that you abide by.
I know we were over at the Ready Town, and those people were just cheek to jowl. They weren't playing by any rules.
Oh no. Just within the past week or so?
Yeah. They're like all over the place. And it's like, hey, this is over.
No, it's not. And that's the perfect place for a new stew to be
Yeah.
made.
So it'd be Ready Terminal COVID. Banana COVID.
It didn't used to be like that though. It's funny when they lift restrictions, how people do go bananas.
People just, they're pent up. I'm sick of this thing. Just darn tired of it.
Yeah, I feel you. I miss seeing people's faces.
I know.
Yeah, like,
I know. I saw somebody's face the other day and it was so shocking. I didn't recognize it. It's so long since I saw the face.
so do the students have to get their own vaccinations?
They're not saying that yet. Rutgers University has said it. Penn, not really. Most of their staff and students, I think, are ready. But yeah, we're not saying it yet. I think they're wondering.
All right. It would just be I feel like it would be in every school's best interest.
Yeah, but I think they're worried about availability.
Gotcha.
So maybe by then, if we're talking about August or something, it'll be more available. I don't know. Theoretically, it would be.
Because I remember at first they weren't gonna make sure that y'all got shots.
I know.
And they switched it up really fast.
They sure did. Kept changing the rules, didn't they?
Sign of the times.
They tried to keep us from getting it. They fought and tried to cancel us the day before.
Yeah, that's
When
ridiculous.
we got there, we're all the way over there. Want to cancel it? What are you canceling it for? We're already here.
Right.
You don't have to fight for everything. It's annoying.
Well, that's a sad thing to have to fight to be well.
Yeah.
And then not just that, but if you had gone back home and had to come back, I
Right.
feel like that's raising your stress levels, which lowers your immunity level.
It's totally stressful. Yeah. Then we got harassment code. Then there's Courtney code. Salmon COVID. Anything else, stressed? All right. Let's find out what these kids are up to. All right, troops, let's see what you're up to. Vanessa.
That's so awesome.
Vanessa with a beach painting. Did you go down to the beach this weekend?
No, I didn't. I'm just staying home and I'm gonna drive by beach shower.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh, good.
as soon as he called my name, I was in the middle of like banging out.
What?
I didn't look at me.
I'll tell you what, it's very postmodern now.
Perfect.
So you're all set. Put a little more detail in the figure line down and call it a day. Yeah, I think part of the issue is that the scale, where it's located in the painting, and how it relates to the additional pieces. And what I liked about it last week was you had that nice gradual progression going back. But since you have something like that chair, you can really use that as a foil to interact with the chair and the person next to it. You can use it as an overlapping of more of the person lying down. It can be where the other one's located as it goes back into the water. So, and then I also think that maybe one of the issues is that the figures are a little bit small. There's so much mass around it that when you don't really have that totally worked out, it might be a little problematic that there's so much space around it. Maybe they just have to get bigger. No, don't do that. But I think you can. I think you're right. It's a little delicate. It's a little prissy. But why don't you get larger with the one in front? Even to the point where it's cropping off in some places. Like let that side of it run off, let the bottom run off, and really make that an interactive piece to us, the viewer. Like we're really on top of it, and see how that feels, and then relate the one behind now to that. And then try to think about the water and how that's existed in there. And see if you can make that work. If you can't, then I'll just take out the line down to you and make that bigger and have that run off of the legs because you don't have much going with that anyway. But this is the problem with the invention. It's tricky. So just think of the S curve and the zigzag. Those are really good shapes to look for as you're building it. All right? All right, Tara, how's it going? You got this thing started. How's it going? Come see, come saw. You having a little bit of the midterm slag? Or what do you think? You're not sure? All right, let's see. Whoa, you got a lot in there. Wow. Holy moly. You did a lot. Good for you. Well, you know what I like best about it is the very bright colors. I think you're working very, very well with that. And then I like the cropping off figure. And then I like the figure that's in the front. So the pose that we just had now. So it's just a terrific start. It really is. Compositionally, I don't see any problem at all. Normally, you know me, I would complain about cropping. But since that main figure is completely in there, I don't have a problem with that at all. I think it actually looks really well to it. So very, very good. The only thing I would suggest is why don't you bring up the yellow fabric underneath the main figure in the center? And that way, every combination is kind of dealt with there. And then you can see how your eye moves around it. And think about some of the cooler colors that are receding, the warmer ones that are coming forward, when you're going to go lighter, when you're going to go shadow, and then relate it that way. And right now, there isn't one that stands out more than the other. So maybe you can make that center one stand out a little bit more. All right, by doing that, with the yellow and stuff. You know, I know that kind of thing happens, and you're such a good student. I always know there's some good reason. It's not because you went on a holiday. You know, I know that. So you know, just you can trust me on that. I know, and then the fact that you worked on it over the weekend is really good. So, and since you took this already, you know what we're doing. So it's kind of nice that you can just go ahead and know what this project's all about. So I'm glad. But just, you know, stay in touch and just drop me a line if that happens again and just say, hey, look, I'm taking a personal day and I'll get to the project when I can, you know? All right. Well, it's good to see you, though, Tara. It really is. Okay. All right. Anna. You've always got so much nice light in your place. Wow, look at this. Cool. Sure. Yeah. And did you feel like you're in a labyrinth? Yeah. I think you are. I think you are. So that's pretty cool. So then you've got our main couch, and then you're gonna have the standing figure. The chair's gonna be off on the side, a little bit smaller, and the other one's gonna be on that side. Very nice. Very nice. So what do you think about the idea of it being mostly in the very warm colors? Are you thinking that the whole painting's got to be kind of warm like that? Or are you using that kind of as an underpainting? Oh, okay. So in a sense, it'll be like the brightness of the white the way it is now. Okay, all right. So, and what about the light as it hits the subjects? How do you think about that? Like, do you think, because right now your couch is a little bit more in shadow, are you going to keep it that way? And then, it is. So it's not unlike what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and I do like the labyrinth, and I also like the idea, you know, it's a good metaphor, and then the other idea is to think about how it relates to something kind of not quite done, or maybe even coming apart. So there's some really great metaphors to work for with that. I think that's pretty cool. There's so many, I'm looking at the pose to see. Do you remember this one? You had that one arm up. Medusa?
Oh,
Yeah, that one arm up.
okay, yeah.
So I'll just keep an eye on that. Okay, so far so good. And the other thing, which I think would be fun for you to deal with, especially since you're starting with these yellows and oranges, keep this one lighter. Like purposely go more color, purposely go a little lighter, and see what happens. That can be kind of the flip side. So good start. Nice. All right, Claire. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It was a little bit of a crazy start. The wind was so strong last night. It just kept waking me up. I don't know if you had that issue, but man, it was like it felt like it was just gonna blow all the windows out. It was so strong. So it kept waking me up. So it's kind of crazy.
So your question is kind of like a expansion, yeah?
Okay. Oh yeah. But this is actually good because it really maps it out. Yeah, bring it up just a little bit, like a little higher. Yeah, that went in further. Bring it up higher, like above your head somewhere. Because I'm getting the bottom cup. There you are. Perfect. So I think it looks great. I like that figure that's sitting in the chair. I think that helps bring your eye in. I think the figure on the couch is fine, except this is going to be my question. I think that's too small. So what I want you to do is go back and check the width of the chair as it relates to the couch. So just measure that and then bring that across to the couch. And I think you're going to find the couch is a little short.
Okay.
And then when you put the figure in, then it'll be fine. And then the figure as it stands now could be even pushed behind that lamp a little bit more even. All right? So while you're still in the sketch stage, so boy, I saw this just at the right time. Phew, because if you'd gotten any further, forget about it. So if you want to make something smaller, you can make that standing figure smaller if you'd like. All right, good. All right, good start. Nice. Okay, Kate. Good, Kate. How are you? Good. Good. I'm glad. Wow, this is looking really smart. I like it. I like that high chroma. So I'm observing for a second, and I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at the relationship. So this is what I'm thinking, Kate. The yellow that's underneath the main figure on the couch is right now the same yellow as you have in the background. And then the blue is very similar too. So let's see if we can change those a little bit more. Like I would make the yellow underneath the figure more of an ochre, a little closer to the orange like you have off to the side. And then the one in the far back, you can keep that whiter, and then that can relate to the others as it goes. And then the figure that's standing now, really look at that negative space and bring that lampshade a little bit larger, you know, because there's more of a width to it, and now overlap it. So then there becomes more of an overlap. Because right now, nothing is overlapping anything else, and that's always a little odd. You know what I mean? In most spaces, something overlaps something else. So that would make it look a little less, kind of set up for you. And then the only other thing to think about is there is some gentle drapery swags in those drapes in the back, and they'll break up this verticality to them. Because right now they're almost like fence posts. And so if you even took that gap between the blue and the yellow, that triangle, that would help break it up, and then you can put the swag on the other part, and then kind of move your eye rhythmically from one to the next. All right? Really nice start though. Looks good. You do well at this size. I think you do well with smaller paintings.
I love it small.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
No, you're because you've been doing that regularly, man. These things are all coming together. So I would rather you do more of the smaller ones than less doing a really big one. And so you might end up doing several paintings, you know?
I think I originally was just going to be small and then a little bigger, but
No, I don't think so.
everything I do as fast as I go is small and I love it.
There you go, Kate. So we found that, and that's what art is about. We need to find what works for you. It's not what works for me. I'm here to help facilitate what works for you. So that's what I'm seeing too, and we're on the same page. So it's pretty good. So Kate, how excited are you about the fall being back in session? Isn't that?
So excited, it's crazy. I cannot handle school for another.
Nope. We have been so patient, all of us, but we're done, right? We're done. No, well, you're doing well in here though, Kate, so to feel confident with that, and just, and I think the interaction thing helps, because we're doing it in real time, and so it's like a class, and that's important. I think we've got to try to recreate that stuff as much as we can, you know, and then we won't have to worry about it pretty soon. So I just can't believe that pretty soon we're going to be able to be in a class, like I'm in this room, and it's going to be filled with students and easels. It's gonna be fun. Like I'm looking around, and the only thing I found out by doing this is I found out I need a studio here, because it's actually been really helpful me having a studio. So I never thought I did, because I had a studio in South Philly, and I thought, well, actually, it actually helps having a studio here. So it's funny how you find out stuff. You never know. All right, but keep going and keep thinking. Kate, the other thing I would think about is that you've got this interesting way, which is like what the artist I've showed in the beginning. We see a little peek of it at the bottom. That Matisse, you could flatten your paintings a little bit more too, and still make them work. That might be an idea, because you kind of do that when you lay it out. You seem to have a natural propensity to that. And I don't know if you've ever tried that at all, but that might be a thought. You keep them a little bit more like shapes and colors, and not necessarily overly render them.
Yeah.
So, well, let's think about that because what it is it's sort of like you're refining the block in. Because like when you block it in and you put in the local color, it just means that you use that contour to clarify it more. And then you look at the way another color comes into it in this nice clean way like that. And so you just look for rhythm after rhythm of that. So Matisse is a really good one to look for that. So why don't you look up some Matisse paintings and see about that flatness like that. And you know, there's ways that you can discuss some different issues that way, more towards those you know, you're scratching in something, laying in lines, using like contour lines. Like, what do your drawings look like? Are those on the wall back there? Like the dog and stuff? Yeah, see, you really refine the face, but then you went pretty flat with the body. That's what I'm talking about. I think you've got a kind of an interesting way of looking at that. Yeah, maybe you want to give that more of a shot. Let's see if we can work on that. And you know what we can do on the next one, because you're going to be doing multiples? Maybe what we do is we map it out cleaner from the beginning and just think of it as these big shapes. Like, have you ever copied a Matisse painting? Why don't you copy one? Because it wouldn't take you long to do it, and that way you just think about it as you're doing it. And it wouldn't be an early Matisse, it'd be a later one. You know, so one like you know that has the shapes that read almost overall. And when he would do drawings, they would just be outside lines. They'd be contour lines.
Yeah, I love your that.
Yeah, so let's give that a shot. I think we might be getting into something here. It's like the dawning of Kate. Kate, the immune one. You're immune already because of having had COVID already. So how about that? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was like, out of that, like, wow, I'm just like,
Do that.
having a bad week.
I know, you don't have to worry about it. I just found out I was 80% immune just from my first shot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, I know, so that's pretty good, right? And then after the 13th, then I'm totally immune. Totally. So 13th, that's just, you know, it's like 14 days from now. I know. All right, good. So we got a lot to work on. It'll be good. Excellent. Gee, glad you won't stand the whole time.
Oh, this position?
You want to stand the whole time?
I don't mind standing.
Yeah?
It's just, I didn't realize it's not just a take one time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I like standing poses. They keep me sort of in and out, like I get to meditate, but I also get to be present.
Right. It's true. Like dream state.
Yeah, somewhere between.
Boy, how jealous are the other models, the fact that you're the only one posing here.
It's interesting, I'm kind of curious. I mean, I have heard about you doing remote.
Yeah, not too many.
I don't know, I think it's probably a half and half. I think probably there's models to relief, that they don't have to come on site because of all the anxieties
Yeah,
that we used to come with it.
yeah,
I don't know how many models, but one model in the asking.
yeah, it's true.
And then it seems like some of the models probably have moved on. They feel like some of them, they're comfortable because they want a different kind of work.
Yeah,
So I noticed a lot more people working remotely from home, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's to the other.
yeah, yeah.
Like, I guess it also depends on what your home life is like. I know some people live with older folks, so there's like major concern and anxiety
Yep,
around exposing oneself, you know, in I know one mom, he was reaching out to me to ask me if there was any work. And
who's
he
that,
had-
Greg?
I'm sorry?
Greg?
Well, it was another model, I used to model him down at the sketch club or the, classics club,
Oh,
and he plays the guitar. He's an older gentleman, but he kept reaching out to me saying, is there any work out there? Is there any work?
not that guy, Tim.
Who?
Tim?
Tim, but he was very insistent upon it, and I was looking at him like,
That sounds like Tim.
Yeah.
He's pretty consistent. Yeah, no, Greg was the one that was having that trouble with Renee last semester.
Oh, okay. Did they ever straighten that out?
No,
Oh, no.
they just ended up doing it on Zoom and it doesn't really work as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's gotta be a challenge. I mean, to do it from home. When I just did remote modeling, it was almost like you had to outfit your home with all these lights.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Almost like you're becoming a social media sensation. You had to outfit your home with like ring lighting and with some side lights that were of certain temperatures, but it was good to have cool and warm lights.
Yeah.
And then everybody has their own technology that they work off of, which might not be as hard as we need for remote modeling. And the school is definitely not going to provide cameras,
No.
so. I feel like a lot of the other models too that I used to see here in past, they were older than I.
I know, they're not really that.
But I feel like a lot of them, yeah, probably different method and all that stuff.
No.
I mean, it was kind of intimidating when I was looking at it, you know.
Yeah?
The only thing that, like, the only experience that really made me say I could do it was looking at it the way you set up in the room.
Sure. She saw it in action.
Right. And then I got to see you problem solve through it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Greg got shut off of YouTube. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh, they banned him?
Yeah,
That's odd.
yeah, that was really weird.
Unless he didn't have the live stream closed off.
Yeah, I think that's what he made the mistake of, is that they asked you in the beginning, you know, can people see it? And you say no. So you want to push that. Or maybe you just forgot one time, that's all it would take.
Yeah, especially if your mom would leave.
Well, he wasn't new.
Huh?
He wasn't new, so I don't know what the problem was.
Well, that's odd.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you had anything offend, like anything that would offend.
I know. It's like you're at the beach or something. Come on, man. Come on. So I don't know what the beach was.
I think it's funny that technology is supposed to make everything easier, but it's almost like this like black box aspect to it.
It's not easier. Come on.
Well, I mean, my grandma says, she's like, she thought that technology was supposed to make things like,
Yeah, that's what they told me years ago, yeah.
right, but it seems like it makes some things more difficult for some others.
Sure. For each successive generation, it's easier because they have exposure earlier.
Right.
Right, that is it. Yeah, they have exposure earlier, so it doesn't, so they just have an accumulation of knowledge.
Right, but if you give them a rotary model, they don't really know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of obsolete, I guess, now.
Yeah. And then, I don't know.
kind of vibration in my body when I'm laying down or sitting down and doing really easy things, or sort of like less
Sure.
difficult pose.
Sure. Yeah, it's in the mood.
Reminds me I'm alive.
Hi, John.
Yes.
Can I show you that?
Yeah, what do you change? Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, before I get really into it.
Yeah.
Alright, so bear with me. That thing's really close.
Oh my goodness, that is different.
This is the leg down right here. And I'm kind of looking at like,
That looks so much better. So much better. See it different, not only because you work better larger, you're just the opposite of Kate, you work better larger. But I think then now you have that juxtaposition, which is such a compositional device. This idea of the very large standing like we're standing, and then you're going back to the other figures. And you're reversing the order of it.
opposite that was before. I don't switch it.
Yeah, I know. I think that works great. It really works great. What a difference. That was bold. That was really bold. And I think this, when you have longer poses, you can be bold like that.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad. I'm down with it. It's good.
Yeah, I might bring it down toward me and like actually put it somewhere like
Yep.
looking the landscape.
Yeah. Yeah, and you bring some little sketches down there and do some, little watercolors or something with people right there too. It's a good idea. You basically have models all around you. And you can just sit down there and work on them. I bring my little pochade box down and I do paintings. So, yeah, that's good. Yeah, good. Good.
Top coders.
Do you happen to know how critics received Matisse's work when Matisse started doing cut paper?
Yeah, they were not that happy with it.
Oh, huh.
Critics are a little bit behind things. Now we don't have critics because papers won't pay for them. They quietly just let critics slip away. How about that,
Quietly just let critics slip away.
huh? Yeah.
I like that. That sounds like a song lyric.
It is.
You're right. We could do a whole spoken word
Yeah.
to that.
Quietly slipping away. We do like a Laurie Anderson thing. Have it punctuated with a synthesizer.
I was just curious because when I look at a lot of art, a lot of the art I happen to see is done in painting.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
But
so
I-
collage is kind of clean, isn't it?
would you say collage is what?
It's clean.
Yeah. Well, I don't see that many folks that are doing like that have been doing cut paper.
Yeah.
Um,
He would color them himself too.
the
He'd make-
pieces?
yeah, he'd make them out of gouache and then cut up the pieces.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're not store-bought colors.
Those colors are so vibrant
I
and
know.
alive.
Yeah. I know. It's kind of exciting.
Do you know what he was trying to do or communicate? Or,
Well, he was communicating the fact that he didn't have mobility anymore, and so he was bedridden. And so they were trying to find ways that he could continue to work without messiness and, problems and pain. So this was an alternative, and he was getting cleaner and cleaner like that because he was already doing the paintings where they're basically big shapes anyway. So it wasn't a huge step. Yeah, it's funny that, he had his problems that way, and then Renoir was crippled with arthritis. So he had no mobility in his fingers anymore. So they'd strapped the brush onto his wrist like this.
Whoa, okay. That's very interesting. Artists always find a way.
Sure. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's problem solving, right? That's what we do.
Definitely.
You don't admit defeat.
That's interesting. Matisse doesn't look like he just sloughed the window paint either. Like everything is just so crisp and
Yeah. But there's images of him cutting them out with scissors. So he's kind of figuring out the shapes.
oh whoa. So he did the work with scissors. He
Yeah.
didn't do it with like a blade or anything like that.
Mm. Yeah, it looks like those big shears they use when they're cutting fabric.
Whoa. Hmm.
Yeah, he's just a Frenchman. No.
I recall correctly too, the pieces are pretty big,
They are.
pretty nice size.
We had assistants and everybody kind of milling around. Get to that age and that wealth, you can kind of do whatever you want. Just have to live like that. And don't you use with you the raccoon?
Well, it's kind of interesting to talk about Matisse having an injury or having ill, like getting ill. And it's also interesting to talk about how many artists have found their way over the hump during the age of COVID.
Sure. So the other thing Matisse had were the doves that were in cages. So they'd bring the doves out and work them in.
Oh,
They're right there.
I remember for some reason that imagery being used, and
Sure, use the doves a lot. And they turn it into something so sentimental now by copying it, but it wasn't then. It was authentic when he was starting with it. It's like everything, when it starts, it's always very nice. But then everybody copies it. That's a good idea. Somebody writes some poetry to go along with it. Some nauseous inducing poetry.
that's interesting because that's what happens with a lot of great ideas.
Oh,
They get reproduced to the point where they almost become a fad or a trend,
that's right.
and then fall off with the quickness.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's just always asking what's next.
It's interesting too that these ideas take a while to catch on
Sure.
with folks. Because like you said, when Matisse started doing the cut paper, wasn't the most popular with most.
No. Can't see. Blind.
Is groundbreaking always going to be popular though?
Yeah. It's like fighting for the COVID shot. Can't give up. Just remember that when you get your turn. Don't let them push you away. We should bring that guy back that was on the porch.
No. Well, I mean, they can do what they want now.
I know you're not there, so you
On
should
my
bring
way
him back.
out. They probably will have another person on the porch because they had a second person.
Oh,
I left for a few weeks because I was feeling frustrated about the dog situation. And I went and stayed at a friend's house while my friend went away for a couple of weeks.
mhm.
And when I came back, there was another person installed there.
Wow, that's a popular porch.
Yeah. Well, it's also because Food Not Moms distribute, like, I don't know why, but they distribute, sometimes they'll distribute food from that site.
Oh,
And so what it does is it brings folks there. And what they do is they post up on the porch and they start eating some of the food or drinking
Sure.
whatever they were given, and then I guess they get so comfortable that they just decide they really don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah. It's actually pretty awesome. Awesome
Yeah.
porch.
The owner of the house used to have a yurt in the backyard.
Huh.
And so they said that if people wanted to stay on the porch, they would rather the people stay on the yurt structure where
Yeah.
there's tenting and everything back there, so it's covered. But I feel like people just feel more at home on the porch.
Good.
Makes you feel connected. That's what I think the main pull is about that porch is that you can feel connected to all kinds of folks
Yeah.
because it's a thoroughfare for all kinds of folks.
Sure it is. Hmm.
So, yeah.
Folks at a yurt.
Yeah, apparently someone was staying in that yurt for years.
Huh.
Until the city, I think the city fined them for that.
Huh.
And the owner of the house had to take it down.
Unregistered dwelling. God, yurt. Holy yurt. That's a ticket yurt one. Stories of West Philly.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
I feel like no one's ever surprised by what's happened to Steel. Wow, how could that have happened?
West Philly is that kind of magical place where it seems like sometimes you can get away with certain things that you might not get away with in other parts of the city.
Sure.
It's a pretty zany, I'm gonna say a zany place
Yeah, I think so.
to live. And it also, to me, since moving back there, seems like a place where everybody knows everybody else's business.
Yeah.
So it's like pretty tight knit in that way. Like a village.
It is. So they were. It's a neighborhood.
Like in your neighborhood, do folks have like backyard bonfires quite often?
No, they have little fires from those round fire pits.
Yeah, fire pits.
But not bonfires, no. Our neighbor on the one side used to make a lot of fires, but then they bought a small cabin up in the Poconos.
Then they bought a what?
Small cabin in the Poconos.
Oh, okay.
So they go up there and make their fires. It becomes the fireplace. So, they don't need to do as much here.
Yeah, the Poconos seems like a perfect place to do that. Because it sounds like you have more space and room.
Yeah, lots of forest.
And you won't burn down someone else's house by accident.
Yeah. But yeah, West Philly's a bonfire place, huh?
I'm sorry?
West Philly's where they do a lot of bonfires.
Yeah, it seems like in the fall, it really picks up. It didn't used to be like that when I was younger.
COVID files.
But yeah.
Now you have to be in graduate hospital. Thanks to crappy roommates.
Yeah, that's gonna be quite a shift, but that's okay. I mean, it's a little bit better for me because I can walk or bike, to most of the places I need to get to.
Yeah. Closer.
Yeah, like I could walk home today, or I could walk back to the house today if that
Yeah.
was like, place in which I like decided to make my new home, which is kind of cool.
Well, there you go.
That and there's like a Sprouts right around the corner and Sprouts Market.
Yep. Yep.
Italian Market isn't too far away.
What's it? Heck with that's Philly. Who needs it? Who needs it?
I also feel like I don't fit into that scene because it's very social justice warrior land.
Yeah.
And
Too busy.
well, I've noticed that folks, if you're not a social justice warrior, you almost get like written off
Mm-hmm.
by some folks in the community
Yeah.
because they're almost like, what are you doing with your life? But I also noticed that some folks who are social justice warriors they're still people with flaws. And I feel like some folks try to present themselves as otherwise.
Hey, they don't know all the answers. Come on. Come on. They all know the answers. Smartest people in the room. Yeah, that can be a little tiresome.
Yeah. Like I've had at least one person that lives across the street from the apartment that I live in. They told me that they said you're doing it all wrong. I said, what do you mean? Well, see, you're hanging around too many straight people, and that's your problem.
Right.
And I kind of looked at this person like you're doing the same thing that people across the aisle would be doing to you.
Right.
How about we not just throw everybody in the same pot and deal with folks on a one-on-one basis?
Right? Yeah.
So I'm finding on that side of town and with those ideas, certain people have like very separatist views.
Right.
And that's kind of surprising to me because I was under the assumption that if you're working with varied communities, you're used to dealing with, or you're used to coming in contact with a lot of different folks, which means you're going to have more of an open mind.
Let's hope, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm starting to find that there's like hierarchy in places, in hierarchy, harmful hierarchies in places where folks are trying to do good.
Right. Some are doing it better. Yeah. I love when people tell you what you're supposed to be doing. You're not authentic.
Yeah.
I noticed in graduate hospital, it's more or less, a lot of people kind of stay to themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, they're aware that they have neighbors, but we don't get into these, if we get into conversations, they're not of that degree where
Mm-hmm.
they tell you what you need to be doing and who you need to be hanging out with, and
That seems
it's not this kind of cult mentality.
sounds scary, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's folks trying to create communities because they don't necessarily feel like they fit in anywhere else.
Right. And you're supposed to be that community. Yeah.
But I think the goal is to have like a intersectional understanding,
Right.
you know. Um, like I was thinking about today about how, well, I was reading out about Sojourner Truth. I started doing a paper cutting project, The Real Turn. And I was doing the research and found out that Frederick Douglass didn't think highly of her at all.
Mm-hmm.
He actually thought she was like a problem.
Hmm.
But they were still on the same side of trying to get equal rights for Black people in America.
Sure.
He was trying to push for Black men in America to get the right to vote.
Yeah.
And she was trying to push for Black people getting the right to vote. So not just the men, but also the women. And so, because she was trying to push for votes, I don't think he appreciated it. And I feel like he felt like the first ones to vote should have been the Black men.
Mm.
Well, her argument was, how about we bring everybody on board? And they had their reasons for
Sure.
believing what they believed, but he didn't seem to like her or even look up to her, or not look up to her, but look at her as a worthy contemporary, I guess.
Yeah.
Which got me to sort of thinking about people who like protest and fight for rights, and how we're not going to ever, like all of us are not going to be on the same exact page.
Nope.
You know?
Can't be, right?
No, because you're coming from totally different experiences.
Right.
You know, and that's a part of what makes the American super stew so great, in my opinion.
But I think it's also you just stop judging everybody.
Right. Right. Yeah, I feel like the judgment actually breaks the unity apart.
Sure.
And instead of judging, I feel like folks should have conversations to try to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you don't agree, you just agree to disagree, but at least you heard this other person's point of view out, you know? You get another point of reference besides just the voice in your head.
It's definitely that screaming voice in your head just won't shut up.
Like my friend, for instance, that was doing the pictures of him and the raccoon. Yet the other day, he went off and he was like, I think my work is amazing.
Well, good.
I'm wondering why people don't interact with it. They don't appreciate me. And then I thought about it overnight, and I was saying to him this morning, well, have you considered these other things? Besides your brain just screaming, this is the best work ever. This is the best work on earth. Have you stopped to ask yourself why there's not as much engagement or interaction?
Exactly.
You know?
It's probably the raccoon's fault.
Well, you know what I think a huge part of it is when some artists get out of school, they don't have critiques anymore.
That's true. You don't have anybody to respond. It's true.
Right. You just have that voice in your head that's telling you this is the greatest thing ever.
I don't know.
You know?
My voice is always saying that stinks. Who are you?
Can you believe it's 3:20
What?
already?
No way. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. Class is a conspiracy class. That's why they moved these classes to 6 hours. Wow.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's not enough. It's like you just get started.
Yeah, it's almost like it feels like equivalent to like a lunch break in a way, but it just flies by.
It does. All right, Troops, let's see what you're doing. Vanessa, I saw what you were doing, so let's move on to Claire. Or Anna. And then the bright light. Oh, you got light, yeah. Cool. Let me get this. Yeah, you got a lot of them. That was good. I like it. I think there's a moodiness too to the figure kind of being in the center and smaller like that. So everything is so bold around it. So the sky, I think if you get a little bit whiter with it, not quite blue, I think that won't be as contrast against the orange. Right now, it's because it's a complement. It's really struggling a little bit. And it also might mean you have some violets now, but it might be nice to get some grays down there too. Right now, I can see some glare in there, and so even if you put that glare in more of a bluish gray on top of it, that would help. I don't know if you need anything as literal as windows. It might be nice just to keep the geometry of it. You know? Nice start though. It was good. It's just right on the key. Cool. Okay, I would go with that, but let's do it just as then openings, not like a window with like a frame or something. You know, you can make some arches, or you can make some, rectangular, and that wouldn't be a bad idea because you're alluding to that with the fact you've got these different structures on top of that. You know, like those overhangs and stuff. But yeah, sure, that makes sense. And then maybe that area that's behind the chair, off to the right-hand side, that could change in color a little bit just to knock that back. If it was grayer, it would help. So yeah, I'd bring in some of those gray colors down and then put some of the whitish on top so it balances a little bit more. All right, good, nice. Anna, what are you up to? Did you get at least an idea of where you wanted to start going with it? Even if you didn't like the colors, did you like? Oh yeah. It seems like you've got two different things going on there. Like, on one side, you've got that very animated figure that's in movement. The other one is a very posed figure. So they could be an opposite of one another. But I think very simply, you just got too big with the figures.
They got what?
Too big with the figures.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna work with the set too long. Can I not work from the set?
You cannot work from the set, but this is what I want. This would be a nice compromise. I want you to take one of those figures and incorporate it into whatever you're doing. So even if it's like a small part of it, just make sure that one of those figures exists in there.
Yeah, I was just about to start with just laying out your
Like it. I like it. That sounds good. Okay, that sounds good. I like that.
Is this the last time?
Last time for what? Oh, today?
I mean, it's today.
Yeah, class is over for good. I'll see you. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, probably because it's 3:30. That's right. Yeah, but that's right. So yeah, keep that up and send me some images. But I think, that's the way you formalize some ideas. You're not the kind of person that just makes a bunch of detailed sketches that something grows out of. You're trial and error. So it's like you have to see it in place to really start to know if it's working or not. But what I like most of your work is when you do those very detailed patterns from like a rug or from a piece of fabric or something. You know how like the one with a cat with that very detailed rug in it? That's the kind of thing that I think could really incorporate in something like that. So have that one figure existing, but then everything else can build outside of it. That'd be pretty exciting.
Yeah, like having like a specific like texture.
Exactly. And that's why I keep stressing that when I'm showing you work. I'm saying that these kinds of elements of textures and colors and the way that the paint has this impasto to it starts to create a thing. And so what you're representing doesn't matter as much as the thing you're kind of recreating. So it becomes a play off of creating something. It's like you're recreating something that's created already. So it just in itself, it becomes a self-fulfilling kind of directional part to it. And then coupled with light, color, what you're doing with the different forms that are in there, what they might mean to either you or in a broader context to something else.
Would you be open to doing like a grant for like this?
Absolutely. Yeah. So your studio at Pop
Yeah, I don't have to like physically be something.
No, I'm here. I'm here on Monday mornings are good, and then Tuesday afternoons good. Wednesday after class, like at 4:30. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we could just do it even before and say, hey, does this work or not? And then you can say yes or no. Work with that one. Okay. It is, but I get done with the online group about 4:30 or so, or and we can do it then, or 4:35. Okay. And did you say where it is? Where are you at 9 or 10? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's easy. That's close. I'm right here now in front. I'm in 1021. Yeah. That'd be cool. Let's see what you're up to. Great. Okay, great on. All right. Let's see. Tara. There you go. Oh yeah. Yeah, so you got a lot done. So, what do you think some of the colors are that are inside the light part of the novel? So when the light's hitting that arm and the abdomen and around the upper leg, what kind of colors exist in there for the novel? Because you're kind of making things a little pinkish, a little red. What's another way you could do it? yellows, right? Yeah, because I think some yellows, some oranges, some kind of golden colors, and then as it goes towards the shadow, you're using blues and some purples and grays, which look good, but you can use some greens, because that could be like a complement of that. I often would put yellow and purple together, so then it makes more of an ochre color as it turns. And then start to think about the form, like you're getting the darks around it because it's a drawing, then you're massing it. But really at this stage, you can even start to make the structures of the muscle of the leg, for instance, like that whole quadricep area versus that area that goes into the gluteus, which goes on up to the abdomen. So you can kind of make your markers as it's going through there right at this early stage. So I'd explore some of that as it's going up. All right, looks good. And I like your swagger break there. It's looking good. That looks nice. So I'll sign back down to say goodbye. But we'll work till about the 3:50. Okay. Good. All right. Let's see. Keith. Bacon. Kate the budding Matisse. Oh my gosh, you got a lot of form in that drape. Look at that. That's cool. Well, that makes a big difference color-wise. That's a huge difference. So now I'm moving around the scene with great ease. So I think that's looking great. So the only thing I'm going to ask you to do is add in that triangle that's between that blue and yellow drapery back there. And then once that's in, then you can start to get those triangles in the fabric that's underneath the model. So when something's on top of something else, like if I'm putting my hand on top of my other hand, see how much bigger it is because it's on top of that? Let's make sure it's bigger, because when you put that shadow in for that part of the leg, you made that leg look smaller, narrower. And so the one that's on top, so you might need to bring the part of it back a little bit or overlap it more, kind of like my hands overlapping more here. So that way we know one's in front of the other. All right? Like that red shirt, that you think about that negative space between that more and look at those different spaces between the arms, between the legs, it's going on the side and as it goes around the paint. So good. Yeah, a lot to do, but something really grand. Something grand. I'm smiling under the mask too. Hey, I changed my mask because that other one was starting to hurt. It bothered. Yeah. This is my fancy one. It's got the adjustment here. I look like Zorro. I could get a cap. I need to get a cap. That'd be fun. Oh wait, I have my cap. That's good. Right? There. Then I'll be all closed in. That's good. Then I'll be incognito. I know. Because wait, is that Doug or is it somebody else? But that's the giveaway is the name.
Yeah. But like out of the street, if you have like I wear sunglasses in my mask, and I'm like, because we have to be
No idea. It's kind of true. It's true. Yeah, we're just both out in the corner like this. Yeah. Well, we done our totally done. And then we're just a little incognito. I know my hair is always a giveaway. They don't have any trouble finding me. Look at that guy with the hair. Okay. All right. Claire, are you there? Earth to Claire. No, Claire stepped away. Vanessa, let me just see one more shot before the last one. See if you got that other figure in there.
Yeah,
No. Oh, yeah, this is looking great. This, I probably told you to look at these, but it's so reminiscent of it now. Eric Fischel's paintings that he did of models on the beach. Did you ever see those? Oh my God, it's so reminiscent of it now.
I think I did like during class right at the end, but I forgot, so I will.
Why don't you look back up, because even more so now, these look a lot like that. And he would do them on glassine, which is slightly transparent, and then he would overlap them like you were doing with that one. That might be an idea that you could have like some overlays or some things that broke the boundaries of the rectangle. Because sometimes the tyranny of the shape of that canvas gets to be a little much. But he was challenging that idea, but he was even putting some canvases together that didn't meet evenly, that'd be cockeyed. Did you see those stuff?
No, that sounds amazing though.
Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, there's a whole series there in the 80s that we produced. But he was doing these things down in the French Riviera, in Saint-Tropez and Cannes, and people were getting kind of mad at him. So he's doing sketches down there because they don't want, they want to be anonymous. So, but then he recreated it, so it's kind of fun. So it's funny how you could be on these trajectories and it kind of lands you in these positions that are similar to something. That's just kind of fun. There's a relationship to it. You think about that when you're down at the beach, and then you could be productive at the beach. Not opening the book and looking at it, just sketches. Sketch beaches. Now, what a difference, though. And that was a good idea to wipe it out. Really good idea. It's the way to go. You just do it anyway. Here, wait. I'll show you my anonymous stuff too. I'm anonymous now. So we'll have our little gaps. So you wouldn't seem out of place if you're down the shore like this. Yeah. I know. I think that's the way to go, And you could have a little sign up there saying, "Do not talk to me. I only speak French." That's right. Speaking it very well. What beach do you go to? Where do you guys go? No. Oh, sure. Nice. Nice. Oh, good. Yeah, because everything's sort of sandy there. Good. Totally you can. Totally. And you must be near the marshes too. Oh, the marshes are beautiful. And, they make all those streams going through and, the big grasses. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. You could even be in the boat. Monet had a boat. He had this boat that was like a floating studio. And he'd go up and down and in the water just looking from that. So you could say, hey, look, man, I commandeer this boat. It's called the law of the water. I'm commandeering it for this amount of time. You just push the gas. You can't do painting, just do water-based paint. Say, then it washes off. You'd show me, it washes right off. I know. No oil. Okay, I'll send it to say goodbye. All right. All right. Bye. That's funny. That's very funny. Yeah, 341 and all's well. Chairs me. Eating almost every day.
How was the weather for your last landscape painting
It was
session?
raining. It's supposed to rain again this Wednesday.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're on this cycle of rain. Yeah, they're saying 100% rain.
So for that, do you set up a tent sort of
No,
situation?
there's a pavilion we can go to. Now this time it's supposed to be 70 degrees, so it's pretty warm. It was cold last time.
Oh, yeah, you were talking about going to Lemon Hill?
Yeah, one of those pavilion in the back. But yeah, that's what happens sometimes. Now, but the following ones, they're supposed to be fun. So just sometimes you get into these, weekly cycles. But it's really annoying because it's sunny like right up to it. And then it starts getting rainy.
Yeah, we've been having rain and fog.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's true. A lot of fun. Rain, fog. 5 days. Really.
Have you ever gone to paint at Bartram Gardens?
Yeah.
How was that experience?
It was pretty nice. I just thought it was, I don't know, there's something about, I like the garden part, but it gets so weird on the side towards the water.
Mm.
A lot of West Philly people like it. Like the West Philly students were saying, why don't we go to Barton Gardens?
Because they can almost claim that park as theirs in a way.
I think that's what it is, because I tend to go to the parks near me, that's sort of the way it is.
Right.
So like I go to Valley Green, areas that are in my neighborhood. So I think we're all like that, so it's understandable.
I've been hearing great things about the Wissahickon.
This weekend's fun. So I'm kind of hoping the rain changes tomorrow.
Yeah, it might shift.
Yeah, you never know.
Sometimes 24 hours is all it takes.
Yeah. And it also could mean, they're saying 100% chance of rain, but it might not be until afternoon.
Okay.
So you gotta see what materializes. So it makes it a little bit of a nail biter.
That's cool though, because it keeps you on your toes,
Yeah, I don't need more tickets. I need something that's just kind of easy. A lot of toes lately. A lot of toes. That wind kept me up all this time, I'm tired.
Yeah, it was really something else.
It sounded like it was trying to blow through the house.
Like the Three Little Pigs tail.
I know, I kept thinking, thank goodness I was still in the house.
I'm wondering, so it seems like a lot of that is coming from the storms that hit down south.
Sure. Yep, South is getting it because they've been so evil.
Yeah, Alabama got hit really,
They sure did.
really extremely. Like I
Makes you
noticed.
wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does. Because I don't remember states like that having that kind of weather when I was younger.
No. People here.
Yeah, they're coming back. I noticed last week, I guess it was last Tuesday, there were a lot of folks here.
Student COVID.
At least there's no stapling today.
I think that student moved
Okay.
because they were noisy. Julia's right there, she's not moved.
Yeah, I never hear anything like that from her.
That's it, right? Come on, dude.
Oh, that's time.
48, that is it. All right.
I can hold it for 2 more minutes
No,
though.
that was a good one. You did a good job. Thank you.
Definitely.
This is a good pose. This is a really good pose. This pose is plural. Plural pose.
I enjoy modeling in multiple poses. It's pretty cool.
I know, I think there's more to go. These static ones are over. All right, gang, that's it. Thanks so much. And we will see you next Monday, but this is progressing well. I'm pretty enthusiastic about this pose. I think it's getting a lot of good work from everybody. There's a lot we can work with. It's not boring. There's really a lot of missing moving parts, I should say, not missing. And it'll be a lot to work with. But I think some of you made some pretty bold decisions today, and I like where it's going. So good job. All right, good. So I will see you next week.
But I have a question about a class on Wednesday.
Yes, did you see rain again?
What I saw, are you still planning to do the campus structure yet, or
I think that might be a good way of doing it. What I'm waiting to see tomorrow is when this rain is. I haven't seen an hour to hour, so it kind of will depend on, like, for instance, if it's good in the morning, we'll want to be out in the morning and then go, or we'll figure it out from there. But that would make a difference. Would that be okay? Because I'll know about midday tomorrow from they give a clear. Will that give you enough time to plan it? If you have to come in? Okay, good. So I'll let you notice that by then. Okay, good. Thanks. See you later. Bye, Ted.